I wanna be famous. Ba ba da bum, ba ba da bum, ba ba da ba bum bum. All right, sorry about that. We're starting stream here. As you tell from the title, we're going to be practicing and learning 3D modeling with Blender. I just want to do something right away. We're going to launch Brown Dust 2, do something quick, and then jump right into Blender. Just let me get my hard drive with Blender in it. Oh, right. Let me get the audio capture here. I just saw the fucking screen. Okay, that was yeah, don't worry about it. Okay, where's my mouse? Here it is. Okay. I forgot I turned on those settings. Okay. Yeah, so we're just gonna play Brown Nose 2 for a quick second. It won't take long. It's just gonna take me like a minute or two to do something. A couple of months ago, they added a new mini game here with territory. Literally just called territory. It's just a little base management. So let's actually just collect some goodies here. Alright, let's just take everything. It won't take long to fully restock anyways. It gives us one node. One fresh node a minute. Well, the trees will take longer. The way the system works is that every minute, the quarry zone will refresh with one fresh node. However, when it comes to trees, it'll plant 2 small trees, but if you cut down those 2 small trees, you only get branches. So you have to let them grow. Which usually takes about 2-ish minutes, 2.5 minutes or so, for it to fully grow and be worthwhile cutting. You could cut a bit preemptively in the second stage, because that does give lumber. You don't need to wait for the fully grown version if you're trying to get strong or hard lumber. Okay, got juicy onion. I now need wheat. Okay. Yeah, let's just reset everything, make sure everything's nice and fresh. Yeah, see, you only get wooden branches if you preemptively cut it like that. This is another wood cutting and quarry zone, but I got 10 hours to build that. In the meantime, though... yeah, that's everything I wanted to do. Okay. Hold on. Getting Blender ready. These cutscenes are crazy. I fucking love it. Okay. That was Brown Nose 2. I already did my Nikkei dailies. So let's get Blender up here. Blender 5.2. General, file open. Okay. So you guys wouldn't know this because nobody really watched the previous stream, but I did do a previous stream all the way back in yesterday, which was Sunday, I believe. Yeah, back Sunday. And we were following the tutorial and I made this. it doesn't look exactly like the tutorial we're about to watch. However, it's good enough. What we're going to do now is we're going to jump into the deep end and try to follow this guy's tutorial. Now, it is not a tutorial for complete beginners, which I'm not a complete beginner. I do have a bit of experience, and by a bit of experience, I mean that I've done like the donut tutorial like twice or thrice now, with the 5.0 version being the latest one, you know, with the legendary guru. I think I subscribed to him. Yeah, Blender Guru. He's like the go-to guy when it comes to Blender tutorials, dude. Anyways, yeah. I'm not completely inexperienced. That being said, I have forgotten quite a bit of the tutorial, but I don't want to do it again. So instead, I'm just going to jump straight into character creation. I will probably do the donut tutorial again at my own time, just for the sake of trying to refresh all the knowledge that I lost there. Okay, let me set up some background music. Okay.
By applying the subdivision surface modifier, and then you'll have more verse.
Yeah, this was this is the part of the tutorial I was following. We're just learning how to make a low poly human being, or a human shaped character, I should say. I see it came out rather strangely. I think the most difficult part of this whole thing is the fact that the waist looks so weird. I know that without any depth, like no butt or crotch, like junk, this is how the human body would look relatively. Well, no, there's a bump here too that would sprout open. That would pop up. Then there'd be some cheeks. Oh, well, that's all information. That's all good information to have, but that's something I'll do later. Right now, we're going to just follow the tutorial, and and the tutorial's going to show us how to make a specific character. Like a specific character designed by this guy. After that, we'll immediately go to trying to make my own character model, which is going to replace Figgy here. And yes, that is the name of the characters. It's Figgy. It was either going to be Figgy or Giggy. Anyway, so let's say... Right, let's continue the video.
There are also ways of making the joints to form better, and you can find some topology guides if you look around. I like searching on Pinterest, but this is definitely enough for a beginner video, so let's put this stylized character together now. The main difference with this one is that all of the limbs are separate pieces, and I think this makes it much easier to get complex shapes because you don't really have to worry about connecting them. You'll see what I mean. But first, let's talk about Playbook, who is the sponsor for this video. So for the next character...
Oh, wait, what?
For client work, since they'll be able to comment about changes they'd like, and if you want to give more control. Also, public is still pretty new features your other plans.
Oh, it's interesting, but I don't got the money to do this.
Data, and if they were, I wouldn't be advertising this right now. So use my link in the description for 4 terabytes of storage and a brand new creative hub on Playbook. For real, check out Playbook. When you support them, you're also supporting me. Alright, back to the video. So for the next
I'll pass on it
let's...
for now. Also, the music's a bit too loud. Okay, volume's good there.
Start a new file, just make sure you save first. So for this one I do have some reference photos. Let's just make a new collection by hovering over here and pressing C. So I have them right here, I have 3 of them, and you can get these by following the link in the description.
Oh boy, okay, so let's do that. Okay, it's an imager. Oh! We're gonna put this on downloads because I'm gonna delete these right after anyways. Cat reference front. Cat reference side. reference. Oh. Okay, and he wants us to add now we gotta hide that. Shift A mesh cube. Oh well, we're gonna add image first. So where is it? Image reference. All the way in downloads. At reference front. Z0. Oh no, 0. Oh, fuck. Rotation Z 90? 0. I'm sure there's some properties here I can fix up that'll show me that the rotation is at. I know there's a certain combination I could do to set it to 0. Aspect resolution. There. No, I don't want to watch the video just yet, mostly because, you know, I'm trying to learn this, so... Huh. Let's delete that. Okay. So, front to front. Shift, image, reference. Cat front. Oh, perfect. Okay. So we can actually move this right there. Okay. Three, shift A. Reference at side. So they're from the top. Okay. Shift A. Reference. At reference top. Honestly, that's perfect. Yeah. Look at this monstrosity. It almost looks 3D if you don't pay attention. Ooh. Alright, I'm gonna have to move these to the side though because it's not really gonna work. I say that it's not really gonna work, but I mean that Oh, perfect. There we go. I mean that I need space in order to actually set the character to put the character in. Now this should be no problem. There's plenty of space up front here, the side, and then the top. Yeah, there's plenty of space, so this should be plenty. What's the hotkey again for save? Control S. I always forget Control S and not Shift S. Excuse me. F ref, S ref, T ref. New collection. I'm gonna rename this to reference. Backdoor. No, Control S, not Shift. There we go. Well, I'll do have to Shift A anyway, so let's add a cube. Scale that down a bit. And move that up a bit. Now that the cube is here, I should be able to really... There we go. I hope I don't accidentally click on the turtle. Or the cat reference. Oh my god, I'm so fucking bad at talking freely. Anyways, here it is. I have everything pretty much set right now, yeah? Yeah, top reference, side reference. Well, front, side, top. Side, top, front, side, top. It's gonna be the head though, so let's move it up a little bit more, put it like that. Alrighty. Control S. I need to get in the habit of saving constantly because I've heard so many nightmare stories about Blender crashing
one to look from
and
the
losing so
front,
much progress.
And then I'll drag it in. I'll press 3 to look from the side, drag in the side picture, and 7 to look from above. And these are the numpad shortcuts. You can also just use this widget in the corner. From the top, let's just drag in the top right here. And we can select all of them, press Alt-G, and that will snap them to the center. Now from the front, I'm just going to bring this up, G and Z, and we can scale it down. Again, I'm just looking at these two squares, so we can scale them down until it looks...
Oh, I wasn't paying attention to that. Yeah, this is a huge fucking cat. Okay. Scale by 0.75. Yeah, that's nice. Scale 0.75. Scale 0.75. Let's also hide the cube from the front. Alt-G. Okay. Is there a way for me to lock this? Let me look that up because I don't want to accidentally touch the reference. I wonder, is there a way to lock an item to not accidentally select? Open the outliner top right, click filter icon. It says top right here somewhere. It's asking me to find the filter icon. I'm probably so fucking blind. Layout. They're all saying the same thing in the top right. I like that, but I want to lock it in the first place. Okay. Where is it? Where's Brave? There it is.
About the right height, and they should all be the same size, so you don't really have to resize them. Now with all of them selected, you can press this button over here and we can turn on opacity, but while you're checking this, hold Alt.
I just noticed this fucker is a bit lower than this fucker here. Oh my god. Alt P. Okay. There we go. Ah, that'd be bad if the reference was slightly off and that'd mess up the whole mesh. Okay.
And that will toggle it for all of them at the same time, and we can turn this down slightly. And again, I'm holding Alt while I change this, otherwise it's only going to change one. Now, just so they don't get in the way of anything, I'm gonna push them around. And now if we want to turn them on and off, we have all of them in their own collection up here. And I'm just gonna make it so none of them can be selected by...
I fucking knew it. For fuck's sake, dude. I knew that was gonna be a thing. Blender 5.0, how to make items unselectable. Filter icon, where? That's at C. It says outliner editor. This one? Okay, individual obstacle. What is the outliner editor? Okay, so it is here. What the fuck? Where the fuck's the funnel? I'm sorry. Hold on, let's move this over here. Okay. Okay. Tips, search. Navigation looks like the right one. Okay, so I figured with what that's called, the outliners tool. Outliner editor, click the filter icon shaped like a funnel in the top right corner of the outliner to reveal additional columns. Well, that's not there, so... There we go. Oh my god. That's not a fucking funnel. You lied. Okay, that took way longer than needed. I should have just clicked things and see what happened. Okay. Now let's reveal the cube. That's what's important. Let's go Z. Control S. Oh, fucking finally. Okay.
By pressing this button right here, and if you don't have that, you can turn it on with this button
Liar!
Right here in the corner. Now let's make a new
I don't
collection.
see a funnel.
This is just going to be for our cat, which is named Bezo. You can name it whatever you want though. And again, we're just going to start with some cubes, so Shift A, add in a cube right here. I'm going to press Control 2 to add a subdivision surface.
Oh, okay, we're starting right away. Control 2. That makes sense. I forget. Right, it's the period. Oh, I actually got it pretty good in the first try here. Let's keep it cube. It's capitalized. Cube.
This modifier, as you can see over here. Now, from the front, bring it up, scale it down. This is going to be for the head. We're just going to get a lot of the shapes started. Shift D, bring this down. This is going to be for the body. Then I'll add in a...
Oh. That seems to be the general chest where the arm's attached to.
A plane with Shift A, and this is going to be for the arms and the legs, and I'm going to use the skin modifier for this. You can actually make a whole base character with the skin modifier, and you can see that in this video over here. So let's go to the modifier panel, press the add modifier button.
What the fuck did you add?
Then I'll add in a plane with Shift A.
Okay. Now we go Shift A, mesh plane. And we select the okay, so actually, let's move this slightly lower. Don't want to accidentally have it overlap with anything. There we go. And he said he was going to add a skin modifier, right? That is disgusting. Alright.
This is going to be for the arms and the legs, and I'm going to use the skin modifier for this. You can actually make a whole base character with the skin modifier, and you can see that in this video over here. So let's go to the modifier panel, press the add modifier button, and I'm just going to search for mirror. You can just start typing. So we have the mirror modifier. I want the skin.
Mirror and skin, but he said in a specific order, so we'll put skin on, or mirror on top here.
Modifier, enter, and a subdivision surface. So the skin modifier, basically what it
Then okay.
does is it gives thickness to edges, as you can see here, and then the subdivision is just smoothing it out. So now we can tab into edit mode. I'm going to look from the front, Alt-Z for X-ray mode, and I actually want to merge everything into one point, so M, merge at center.
Okay. Tab. We're editing now. Alt-Z. M. Merge at center.
Like that. Make sure you're in vertex select mode, select this point, and press Ctrl A, and that's how you scale it up and down, or you can
Control A to scale with skin modifier. Really? Am I in object? Edit mode. There we go. Oh. 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 Okay. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Skip. I forget. So, okay.
mess with these values over here. So I'm going to scale this down until the thickness looks about right, and we can just start moving this around. Again, I'm in edit mode for this. This is going to be for the leg, so I'll bring it up here, E to extrude.
Oh, okay. So, scale. Right, Alt A, right? Control A? Shift A. No. What was the command?
Z to bring, it's going to scale it up and down, or you
Control A. Looks about right. Then we're gonna shoot down. Huh.
Or you can mess with these values over here. So I'm going to scale this down until the thickness looks about right, and we can just start moving this around. Again, I'm in edit mode for this. This is going to be for the leg, so I'll bring it up here, E to extrude, Z to bring it straight down, like that.
Huh. Z to go straight down. Okay,
It might be hard to tell in the recording, but there is a circle around this point right here, and that means that this is the root, which is important.
Huh. I guess they must have changed it. Now Blender 5.0, how to extrude with skin modify. I have to apply it. Did he do that and I just missed it? No, look at that. He doesn't have it applied. Look at that. Let's add another skin. It ruins the whole thing. Oh boy, this changes things. Front. Why is that? Oh, okay, there it is. Okay, there we go. The legs are pretty much done. They're perfect. That being said, I did it completely differently from how he's going to show, so let's see.
And because if you have a line that doesn't have a root, the skin modifier won't recognize it and it won't make it thick. So make sure that you're duplicating the one with the circle around it. So Shift D, and I'll bring that up right about here. E.
Okay. Round the top. Delete the plane. And within the setting, Shift A, mesh plane. Oh boy. There we go. Alright, same as before, we're adding the skin. Mirror. And subdivision surface modifier. Alright, we're making sure to select it. Merge. Now we go to edit mode and merge as center. Okay. And there we go. Alt A, correct. I have to make sure this.
Much is important in the recording, but there is a circle around this point right here, and that means that this is the root, which is important because if you have a line that doesn't have a root, the skin modifier won't recognize it. If you search code for this, thickness looks about right, or you can mess with these values. Select this point and press Control A, and that's how you scale it up and down.
Don't let me select it. Alt A is doing something else. Okay. Although I have a cheat sheet for hotkeys. Let's see what Alt A is actually doing here. Yeah, look at that. It's letting me do it just fine. How the fuck do you make sure to duplicate the root? What the fuck's the root? We're deleting this plane again. Alright, current object mode, Shift A, mesh, plane, add modifier. We're going mirror first. Then we're adding skid. Then subdivision surface modifier. So while it's selected, tab, merge, at center. Now we got this. Okay. I followed everything to the letter at this point.
Or you can mess with these values over here. So I'm going to scale this down until the thickness looks about right. And
Cheat sheet. Let me look up what Alt-A does. Blender shortcuts. Hold on. Oh. Update being installed, yada yada. Clear tilt. Alt-T, okay. Rip fill, Alt-V, Alt left mouse button. Yeah, Alt-A doesn't do anything on its own, so it should be limited only to that scaling we saw. I'll minimize this in case I'll need to pull it up. How to scale the skin modifier. Yeah, it's Control A. Not Alt A. What the fuck am I doing wrong? Does he explain?
we can just start moving this around again. I'm in edit mode for this. This is going to be for the leg, so I'll bring it up here. E to extrude, Z to bring it straight down like that. It might be hard to tell in the recording, but there is a circle around this point right here, and that means that this is the root, which is important because if you have a line that doesn't have a root, the skin modifier won't recognize it and it won't make it thick. So make sure that you're duplicating the one with the circle around it. So Shift D.
But this is the base one. I don't get it. Um. Like, am I just doing it wrong? Alright, we're deleting the plane fully. Again, from the start. Go to object mode. Shift A. Sorry, I have to do it over here. Shift A mesh plane. With this, we then add the mirror modifier, the skin modifier, and then the subdivision surface modifier. Okay, and with this selected, we go into edit mode, into vertices. Then we have to merge it down. Like, it's right there. Look, right there. Collapse. But then immediately loses the root. Okay, I see it's losing the roots, though. So, that merge to center bullshit isn't working. Merge that cursor. The only thing I think of. Is to just delete the fucking vertices. Then we set this. Like, look, now that I have a root, it should work. But that fucking merge thing he did didn't work for me. Okay, so I eventually figured it out, but his fucking way didn't work. Okay, let me look this. 5.0. Why does my vertex lose its roots when I merge at center from a plane? Huh. Mesh plane. From there, we then go to edit mode. merge, at center, add existing, edit, add modifier, mirror, skin, so it did. Okay. Oh my god, it was the wrong order, you fucker. So you want to merge that center, then add the skin division modifier. It's the same. I mean, I'll just delete the one I did and see how it works from here. So now I could do this. Control A next. You gotta make it a bit skinnier. Control A. Okay. We're extruding to Z down here. Oh. It's fine, we'll make these skinnier at a later time. So, he made it down to how far?
E, and I'll bring that up right
to the soles of the feet. So, there we go. I don't like how thick it is, so let's do that. Extrude to the soles of the feet. Then we have to duplicate, Shift D. Then we're extruding over to the wrist. There we go! We figured it out! Oh my god!
right about here, E and X, and we can bring it out. We're not going to make the hands right now. We'll make them.
Alright, his is already so fucking skinny. He did the proportions just right. Meanwhile, my guy's a bit fatter. Probably thin it out. Yeah, we can. Okay. No. G, Z. Lift it up a little bit. There we go. Okay.
Those in a little bit. And just to show you how to handle this if it doesn't have a root, let's just duplicate this one right here. And to bring it to the center, we can go up here and for the X, type in 0 and we'll extrude that upward. Now this doesn't have any thickness, so let's just select this point right here, go over to the modifier panel and press mark root, and now it will get thick.
Oh my god. If I just watched a bit longer, I would have seen that fix. Instead, I had to find a completely different workaround. Oh, man, I fucking hate this. I mean, it's still good that I did take the time to actually find a workaround, just in case, since that could possibly help me fix a problem in the future. Hold on, one of the YouTube streamers I was watching finished her stream. Oh, Sheena! She's continuing her playthrough of the Matisse event. Okay. Alrighty. I hate this fucker. I hate you.
Let's tab back into object.
Oh, he did a neck. Well, let's do it the way he did it. So, Control D. Position X to 0. And then we're going to move this up. And then extrude this up as well. However, as you can see, it's not working, so I need to click on one of them and then mark root. And there we go, we got it working. Yep, there we go. Well, now I know. It's too deep into the body, don't like that. There we go.
X mode, Shift A, and I'm going to add in a cube, and this is going to be for the feet. Let's press Tab to go into edit mode. G, Z, 1. That's going to bring it up 1 meter.
Object mode. Let's make sure to save. Shift A, mesh cube. Then GZ1. And now we gotta scale it down. There.
Tab back into object mode, and that just makes it so that the origin is at the very bottom, so when we scale it, you can see it's instead of scaling from the center, it's scaling from the bottom of the cube. So for this, I actually want a...
Hold on.
a mirror mode, and I'm going to add in a cube, and this is going to be for the feet. Let's press Tab to go into edit mode. G, Z, 1. That's going to bring it up 1 meter.
Mesh cube, edit mode, GZ1 object, then we can scale it down. Okay. Yeah, because in object mode, it also moves the origin, this little center point here.
Tab back into object mode, and that just makes it so that the origin is at the very bottom, so when we scale it, you can see it's instead of scaling from the center, it's scaling from the bottom of the cube. So for this, I actually want a mirror modifier. We can just press this, type in mirror, and...
Oh yeah, that was obvious. I should have just tossed it in.
And if we move it to the side, you can see it's not really mirroring. Again, that's because it mirrors from the origin point. So like I said before, you can press Control A and apply the location, and that will work. but I like being able to scale it from here. So instead of doing that, let's go to this mirror object in the modifier panel.
Oh, control. Wait, how do you do it? Oh, set origin. Geometry. Huh. That's about right. Oh, let's make it slightly smaller here. Alright, mirror object. It's gonna be to cube. What? Did I put it correctly? Yeah.
I'm going to select the head. Basically, you want it to be something that's in the middle because that's what's determining the center point for the mirror modifier. So now we can move this to wherever we want over here. Let's turn the reference back on and just scale it to a point where you think it looks good or if it matches the reference. Now with everything in place, let's press A, Control A, and apply the scale. This is important for modifiers because a lot of modifiers look at the scale, and this will
A, Control A.
important for A, Control A, and apply the scale. This is
Control A, scale. Okay.
This is important for modifiers because a lot of modifiers look at the scale, and this will change how they act. So it's important to apply your scale right now. Nothing is named over here. You can either select things over here, double click, and rename it. So I'll name this head, or you can do this in the viewport by selecting and pressing F2. I'll name this torso, limbs, and feet. And don't forget to save. So just like the first model, you can stop right here and use this as a base for a bunch of different characters. Let's keep going though, so we can make this a little more polished. We'll start with the head. I'm just going to duplicate this with Shift D, and this is what we're going to use to make this mouth area that you can duplicate this with Shift D, and this is what we're going to use.
Okay. Now we go sideways. The head's a bit fucked. I gotta be honest here. Doesn't have to be perfect, but I have to get damn near close. Nice for the curvature. Now the head's a bit too thin. smoothly slightly forward. Okay, that's good enough. Anyways, we're duplicating here. Now I'm gonna downscale this for the mouth.
Used to make this mouth area that you can see in the reference. S and Y to bring this out a little.
Yeah, figured. I don't want to do anything in case I miss something. Ah, man, that really fucked me up. Alright, from the front. S, Y, no, X. S, Y. S, Y. Not bad. What the fuck? SZ. Getting that down. Front looks fine, side looks fine. Top down looks okay, I guess. Guess we'll find out. Okay. Control S.
A little bit, and we can just get this kind of close. Look from the front. S, X, and we can bring this across. If we want, we can scale this in slightly. Now again, make sure that you're applying the scale
Fair point, but I think that I've already messed with the skull enough.
of these, so I'll select both of them, Control A, apply scale. So when we select the head and tab into edit mode, you can see that it's still a cube, and I want to make the ears and the fur and stuff like that, but if I start adding more loop cuts with Control R, you can see it's changing the shape pretty dramatically. So before going into edit mode, let's actually go over to the modifiers, and we can actually apply this right here. I like to apply it with as little detail as I need. We can click this button, press apply, and then we can tab back in.
Yeah, we want to apply just because it'll give us more faces to work with, but also keep the faces to a minimum. the subdivision to a minimum, just so that I can add more faces and not because you can always add more faces easily. It's a pain to remove faces. So only add as many as you need, so we'll keep it the same. So we apply this.
Into edit mode, we have all these squares to work with now. Let's select these two faces right here. I to inset, I...
Uh-oh. Yeah, for some reason my earbud's disconnected. So the face is where it connects. So that'd be these two right here. This one, no, this one, and this one. Then we indent.
Again for individual right here, and I'll scale this down pretty small. Mode, we have all these squares to work with now. Let's select these two faces right here. I to inset, I again for individual right here.
That's right, I press I. I think these two would be better, no? Oh, well, I think we actually... Yeah...
here, and I'll scale this down pretty small. And now I want to bring this out. For this, I like to use Alt S, which is the shrink and fatten tool. Oh, that's interesting. So what happens? I shrink that even further. There we go. But now this line is gonna screw with me, isn't it? How does that look? Let's leave it for now. Like that. Look from the front and get this pretty close. And if we want, we can smooth this out back in object mode with Control 2. And we're going to use the mirror modifier for this one. So let's tab back into edit mode, Alt Z. I'm going to press 1 to go into vertex select half, X.
Oh! Okay, we're gonna add another subdivision modifier. Alt Z, Alt H, no H. There we go. Let's have this one out. Alt G. Selecting vertices. And from this over here. Vertices.
Delete those. Now back in object mode, we can add a mirror modifier.
Oh, it's because... There we go. Yeah, we have to mirror first and then... do that.
You can see this seam in the middle. That's just because the mirror modifier isn't first, so we can just drag it to the top like that, and it should clear that up. Now tab back into object mode. For the ears, I'm going to select these and extrude them, but I want them to be more circular, so I'm going to press Ctrl Z to go back. And we actually want to use an add-on for this, but it's already built in, so you don't have to worry about downloading anything. Just go to Edit.
Let's use these four, right? Or rather, these four. Yeah. Alright, so edit preferences. We're enabling an add-on.
Preferences, add-ons, and you can search for loop tools. Make sure this is enabled, and then you can go to save preferences if you want that to always be on. With these faces selected, right-click.
Oh boy. Ah boy. Ah boy. Ah boy. Oh boy. Our loop tools automatically enabled in Blender 5.0. That's retarded. Why'd they change it? Alright, so go get extensions. Okay, where? Wow. Extensions.blender.org, more data. Blender 5.0 extensions.blender.org remote data unavailable. I fucking detest this. Why? I already got this shit. This stream has been mostly about troubleshooting and resolving problems, and it has been following the tutorial so far, dude. Edit preferences, get extensions. I'm there. Click the drop down arrow in the top right corner. And select refresh remote to manually sync with the repository. Nope, that didn't work. Go to edit preferences, system network. Network. Checkbox is enabled. This might be it because I did delete quite a lot of files before, so that could cause an issue. Yeah, certificate verify failed. I think I deleted a file I shouldn't have. Ah. Okay, guess I have to do this. Export the certificate, click the padlock icon next to the URL bar. Oh, Brave has completely frozen up on me. Oh boy. Swear to God, it's probably a fucking virus that got me. Ah! Well, my data's being harvested right now, if I had to guess. Why is there a plus sign? Oh wait, no, yeah, a plus sign is supposed to be there. Why the fuck did they do this? I'm like 90% sure because I installed Blender to my external hard drive, so I'm like 90% sure if I download it to my computer directly, I'll get all the certificates needed. So let's do that. See if that works. We'll install then uninstall it. So fucking retarded. God knows why they stupidly decided to fucking do that. Alrighty. Blender 5.2. Next. Repair. Well, maybe that'll fix it. Ooh. Oh my god. Like, we made absolutely no fucking progress. Maybe 8 minutes of progress, dude. Like, we only did the fucking setting up. Oh, it's 90% troubleshooting. I guess that's just computers for you, huh? Not responding, of course. I'll close the program. Reopen it. Next. Repair. Repair. Yes. You know, when I think I'm getting the latest version of a program, I'm thinking of getting the best one. But this little hiccup here has convinced me that that was a waste of time. Oh, God damn it. I'm leaving this too long on the screen. It's bothering me. What playlist should I... Yoshi's Island. Oh my god. Ah. My clock's fine. Yeah, my clock's fine. All Nexus is enabled. I did already try restarting the Blender. I'm looking at Grok and send me to the same website. Alright, it's gonna wait it out. Man, I did not think this how this stream was gonna go. I'm gonna be so fucking honest. It's been mostly trying to troubleshoot this whole fucking thing. When I'm 90% sure I should have just downloaded it directly to the computer and then uninstalled it, that would have fixed it. Where the fuck is details? I'm doing this all in the background. Oh my god. Uh. Oh, poor one fucking tool.
Go to save preferences if you want that to open.
Mesh loop tools. Oh my god! Ah!
Always be on. With these faces selected, right click, loop tools is at the top, and you can just select.
If I did this right?
Circle, and it will turn all of these into a circle. So I'm just gonna scale this up. Don't scale it up so much so that, you know, these points overlap over here, but I'm gonna scale it up pretty big, and E to extrude right about there. I'm going points overlap over here, but I'm gonna scale it up. Pretty big, and E to extrude right about. There. I'm going to scale this down. I want them to be
Oh, yay! I did it! Okay, I think I need a break. That troubleshooting really took a bit out of me. What? How long am I streaming for? 2 hours almost. Oh my god, what the fuck have I been doing this whole stream for 2 fucking hours? Okay. Okay, I'll be back. Okay, that was way longer than a few. I apologize. Sorry, I remember there was dinner, so I ended up eating dinner. Oh man, I was out for quite a while. Okay, let's resume. It should be a lot easier going forward, since there shouldn't be any more issues that we need to troubleshoot.
Kind of round at the edge. You can look from the side, and I'll bring this forward just a little bit. If you want, you can also make this even more round by going into X-ray mode. Press 1 for vertex select. We can select these and just move them up like that. I'm also going to select this and bring it forward. Now, if you're having...
Ooh. Okay.
Trouble seeing where the points are, we have a few options. Over here on the subdivision surface modifier, you can either turn this off in the viewport, and this works for object and edit mode. This one right here turns it off only in edit mode, and this one makes it so that it kind of conforms to it. So usually I just kind of turn it on and off, and you'll see me do that quite a bit. So now I want to make the inner ear, so I'm going to select these two. Faces, eye to inset, eye again so it's not individual, and we can scale that in quite a bit. Going to select these 3 points right here and drag them down, bring them in like that. Let's select these faces again and just extrude that. And if you want, you can also scale it up slightly. Let's make these whiskers next. So I'm just going to select this right here.
All right, we're done with the face. Now we're gonna go with this.
And you can see we're still working with a cube. So I'm actually going to apply this also, and I'll press Control 2 in the viewport, tab into edit mode, select these 3 faces right here, eye to inset, eye again, and if these aren't square enough, for you can do a few things. You can right click, go to loop tools, and change this to a circle. You only have 4 points to work with, so it's just going to turn it into a square basically. And if you want to scale it down further, but they're all scaling at the same time like that, you can press period and change the pivot point to individual origins. That's also this option up here, and then it will scale the individual faces down. Now we can press E to and change the pivot point to individual origins. Same time like that, you can press period and change the pivot point to individual origins. That's also this option up here, and then it will scale the individual faces down. Now we can press E to extrude these out, and you can see they're already being pushed in the normal direction.
Oh.
But if they aren't, you can Control Z to go back, and you can use Alt E instead, and then you have these other options. One of which is extrude faces along normals. Which should make that work. And I want these to be sharp right here instead of smooth like that. So I'm going to press 2 to go into edge select mode. And we can select this edge with Alt and left click, and you can see when I have the subdivision surface turned on and I change this increase option all the way up, it becomes sharp right there. The shortcut for that is Shift E, so let's select this one with Alt and left click and press Shift E instead. You can see it does the same thing. So we can do that for all of them. Let's mirror this also, so in edit
Yeah.
Mode, let's just go into X-ray mode and we can select this half and I'll delete the vertices. We can go over here, add the mirror modifier and make sure it's at the top. For the nose, we're going to use some modifiers for this too. So Shift A, add in a plane, press R, X, 90 to rotate it 90 degrees, drag it up, and I'm just gonna start scaling it down.
Ah, now we're adding the details. This is fun. Ah. X90.
And getting it into place. And I want to add two.
Oh, we're doing the eye. My bad.
Two modifiers, one of which is the subdivision surface, so for that we can do Control 2, and the other one is to give it some thickness, and that is the solidify modifier. So either under generate, you can choose solidify, or you can just start typing it in. And to make this smoother, we can just bring the solidify to the top, and we can also play with the thickness amount. And I usually like to set the offset to 0 so that it's
now we gotta... Got a loop cut? Huh.
extruding from the center like that. Let's bring this a little closer to the face, look from the front, and we can start shaping this. If it's too hard to see, you can actually just select other objects and press H to hide them, and then you can press Alt H to bring them back. So I'm just gonna hide these two. We can select the nose and keep modeling in edit mode. So I'm just going to select these top 2 points.
Ah, right. It's so much easier. Alrighty. It's also a good point. Let's make things a bit easier. Practically identical.
We can scale this out quite a bit, scale this one down. So in object mode, I'll press Alt H, rotate it from the...
Ah, that's what I was missing. That's a bit better, yeah. Okay.
The side to kind of make it conform to the head. Now, if you want a mouth that's a little more realistic and is actually built into the head, you can use the method that I show in this video over here. It'll show you some topology tricks to make it pretty easy. But for this one, we're going to go for a more 2D style mouth, and it's basically using the same method that I used for the nose. So we can just duplicate the nose right here, press Alt R to reset the rotation, R.
Shift duplicate, Alt R.
X 90 to rotate it 90 degrees. We can drag it down. And to the side. Tab into edit mode. We can scale this down a little, scale this one up to make it a little more rectangular. Select everything with A, S to scale, Z. We'll make this a little thinner. I'll add...
I'm still in editing mode, right?
A loop cut in the middle, scale this. Select these two side points, bring it down a little.
Up in the middle. Oh, that's right. I added mirror for some reason. I like that.
And rotate. I want it even thinner, so I'll select all of these points on the bottom and press GG to loop slide. Now back in object mode, we can rotate this a little. Now this looks a little too thick, so we can select it, go to the modifier panel and turn down the thickness. If it's moving too fast, you can hold shift and that makes it move a little slower like that. And if you don't want to have to like rotate this and like snap it to the face manually, you can turn on face snapping. So to do that, go up to the snapping menu up here. You can turn on face, turn on center, and you can turn on align rotation to target. That's going to make it rotate based on the face that you're snapping it to. Just make sure to turn it off if you want it to stop rotating. So now when you press G and hold control, it will snap.
There's still an offset.
Like that. Let's go into X-ray mode and just line this up a little closer. We can also rotate it a little like that. If you want, you can scale it down, do whatever you want to make it look good to you. If you do scale it at all, just make sure that you're applying the scale afterward. Again, for the eyes, we're going to do kind of a two-dimensional method, but if you want something that's more realistic, you can watch this kind of a two-dimensional method, but if you want something that's afterward. Again, for the eyes, we're going to do kind of a two-dimensional method, but if you want scale afterward. Again, for the
Huh.
The eyes, we're going to do kind of a two-dimensional method, but if you want something that's more realistic, you can watch this video over here. I talk about how to make 3 different types of eyes, and don't worry about rigging and animating this because I'm going to show that in the next video. It's actually really easy to rig a 2D style eye like this, so don't worry about that. So let's just select the nose again, Shift D to duplicate, and I'm actually going to bring this back to the origin first with Alt-G and Alt-R. We can tab into edit mode. I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to add a plane. D to duplicate, and I'm actually going to bring this back to the origin first with Alt-G and Alt-R. We can tab into edit mode. I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to add a plane. The reason I'm doing this is basically so that we can keep the modifiers that we already have, but the reason I'm doing this is I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to add a plane. The reason I'm doing this is basically so that we can keep the modifiers that we already have, but I am going to add a new one, which is the mirror modifier. Just make sure that's at the very top. And we don't want this to merge together unless you're looking for something a little more like a Sonic style eye. So I'm going to turn off merging. Back in object mode, I'm just going to set the mirror object to the head. Now I still have face select mode. I'm just going to set the mirror object to the head. Now I still have face snapping turned on over here, so I'll press G and hold control, and you can see it's kind of
What the fuck? Ah! What the fuck's going on? Oh, wait. Oh, my God. I fucked up the rotation. So, automodify, generate mirror. That's the head. Why? Yeah, fucked up the origin point. Easy. Okay.
Snapping to the face, we can just scale that down over here so that they're not like plates stuck to the head like this. I'm actually going to use the shrink wrap modifier. So again, we can go to add modifier, shrink wrap, which I think is under deform. It is right here, but you can also just type it in. Now let's bring this again to the very top and we can target the head because that's what we want it to shrink wrap to. So it looks like it disappeared, but it's actually just inside of the head. And that's because it's only actually snapping 4 points. Let's come into edit mode, right click, and we can subdivide once, go to loop tools and turn this into a circle. Back in object mode.
What did you do? What?
This again to the very top and we can target the head because that's what we want it to shrink wrap to. So it looks like it disappeared, but it's actually just inside of the head. And that's because it's only actually snapping 4 points. Let's come into edit mode, right click, and we can subdivide once, go to loop tools and turn this into a circle. Back
In edit mode. Once. Loop tool. Circle. What the fuck? Okay. Oh, this is fucking weird.
in object mode, we can also press actually snapping 4 points. Let's come into edit mode.
Oh, okay, it's because it's not shrink wrapping first. Right? Oh my god. Oh, it's... There we go.
Mode, right click, and we can subdivide once, go to loop tools, and turn this into a circle. Back in object mode, we can also press Control A.
Oh, wait. Well, let's see how far we can take it.
And apply the scale, and that's just going to make it so that the solidify modifier is actually reading an accurate thickness right here. We can make that thicker. Now we can basically just scale this to whatever we think looks good.
Okay. Oh my god. Offset one. Oh my god. Alright, from the beginning. Shift D. Alt Art. Alt G. Go into edit. Vertices. Shift A. Play. Mm. Okay. What the fuck is up with those planes? Why? Target objects into the head. Okay, not perfect, but we got it working.
I'll use the reference, and this is actually pretty close already. So to rotate it so that they're not all diagonal like this, I'll press R, Z, Z, and that's gonna rotate it on the local axis.
They're not diagonal for me, they're perfect.
We can just get it a little flatter. And back in edit mode, if you want, you can, change the shape of these, bring these down a little. I'll select the middle and I'll bring that down. Now for the pupils, we can do the same thing.
This doesn't at all look good. It's mostly due to the issue with the scale shit. I don't know what the fuck is going on there. Even if it looks a bit derpy though, that's fine.
I'm actually just going to duplicate this and I'm going to turn off shrink wrapping and we can scale this down. Back in edit mode, just
we're turning off shrink wrapping.
select everything, right click and turn this into a circle. Back in object mode, we can press select everything, right shrink wrapping, and we can scale this down. Back in edit mode, just select everything, right click and turn this into
Bro.
into a circle. Back in object mode, we can press G and hold Control to start snapping like this.
Oh my god, dude, this is fucked. And the reason it's not working is because I haven't been scaling it. Control A, scale. Look at that. Ah. I wish it was reminding us to keep it to scaling. Because as it stands now, I have to start all over, don't I? Because I think everything else is fine. So that means it's only the planes. So yes, let's start from the beginning. Scale. Let's see. How did we do this again? We made a cube, right? It was a cube, right? So here we go in object mode, add mesh cube. Scale that down. Oh wait, no. It was a plane. Then we do this. Add modifier, solidify. Set that to 0. I'll just shrink it down a bit more. Okay. Uh, Okay, I stand corrected. It does seem that we're sticking to cubes for now. Mesh cube. Shrink it down. Shrink it further down. Control 2. Add modifier. Oh no, we're just doing subdivision here. Okay. Okay. That's a cube. Uh, what the fuck did? How did we use the planes again? So I control true, add modify. What's that? These vertices here. Huh. Okay, nothing happened. Alright, scale. Huh. It seems it applied. How did that happen? That's fine. That looks better. Same as this one, plain. Now, we're gonna need shrink wrap. Mirror. Using the head. Not mirror. Subdivision surface. And then solidify. Rotate. X90. Scale that down. Woo, 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 woo. Hmm. Okay, so we're figured it out. Ah, great, my headphones disconnected. Ugh. Ah, boy, oh boy. Ah. There we go. Now Shift D, escape. Get rid of shrink wrap. Scale this down. R. Okay.
And if you don't like how the origin point isn't actually in the
This
very
doesn't
center,
look
you can
anything at all.
reset it by right-clicking, set origin to center of mass surface, like that. Using face snapping with rotating makes this a lot easier because you don't actually have to adjust the rotation. So I definitely recommend using that. And don't forget to apply the scale when you're done with this, because it's going to change what the solidify modifier actually looks like. The eyebrows are using the same.
Of course. There we go.
Method. So let's just duplicate the pupils right here.
I figured. Okay, Shift D, boom, boom, Alt R. Fitness.
We can drag this up. I'm just going to hide a few of these with H. Press Alt R, RX90, so that it's flat. It's a little easier to work with when it's flat, in my opinion. Now in edit mode, let's select this loop right here with Alt left click, and we can press Control X. That will actually dissolve it. I believe if you just press X, you also get dissolve options right here, and I was in edge mode for that, so you want to make sure you're dissolving the edges. Now let's just bring this a little closer over here, a little further out. We can scale this down also.
Okay, then a completely different dude. Like, jeez. Oh my god. Delete. Shift D, Alt R, X90. What the fuck did that do? Okay.
So scale the center up. And in object mode, this is where we can rotate it to, you know, get it a little closer. I am going to come in here, select these two, press a G and then X, and that will move it in the local orientation, because I know these are supposed to be a little longer probably. Back in object mode, Alt H, so we can actually see everything. And now we can start rotating this, and I'll snap it to the pupils to match the rotation, and we can just drag it up like that. And I also want to make this thicker. The only thing left is the hair, and for that, Shift A, we can add in a cube. In edit mode, GZ1 to move it up 1 meter, then back in object mode, you can see it's scaling from the bottom now. I'll look from the side and bring it up over here to where the hair is. Can just scale it down. Control 2 to give it a subdivision surface. Scale it up on the Z, and then S, Shift Z to make it skinnier. And I'm just trying to gauge the thickness it should be. So the shape that I'm looking for is going to be something like this in edit.
Okay.
Mode, just scale it down. Control 2 to give it a subdivision surface. Scale it up on the Z, and then S, Shift Z to make it skinnier. And I'm just trying to gauge the thickness it should be. So the shape
Uh,
Shape that I'm looking for is going to be something like this in edit mode. Make sure you're in X-ray mode also. Let's just bring this down quite a bit. You can add one loop in the center. I'll move this a little like that. And for the two ends, I'll rotate them like this. And that's going to get us a shape. And I'm just trying to gauge the thickness it should be. So the shape that I'm looking for is going to be something like this in edit mode. Make sure you're in X-ray mode also. Let's just bring this down quite a bit. You can add one loop in the
okay.
center. I'll move this a little like that. And for the two ends, I'll rotate them like this. And that's going to get us a shape that's a little closer to this arc over here. You can also scale down the end, and if you want, you can scale this up. Okay. Okay, now back in object mode, we can actually get this in place and start rotating. Shift D to duplicate, scale it down, Shift D one more time, and we can bring it over here with G.
Yeah, I should have done that first.
Scale it down, rotate it, you know, just line it up. Now let's make sure all of these have the scale applied with Control
Oh. Oh, okay.
A, apply the scale. Now in the reference, these aren't actually going straight forward. They're kind of sticking off to the side a little. So we can mimic that by selecting the hair and rotating on the Z axis like that. Bring it to the side just a little, and I want to keep the hair looking like it's kind of in the center, so I'll just drag these few. Now if you want to stay organized, it's probably a good idea to actually name all of these things, so I'm just going to go through real fast and rename everything. Next we can work on the coat right here, so for that I'm just going to actually duplicate the body, scale it up a little, and rename it with F2. I'll just name it coat. This is still a cube, so what I'm going to do is turn this down one subdivision like that, and then apply it, and then press Ctrl 2 to add another subdivision surface back in. And I also want this to have a thickness to it, so I'm going to add a solidify modifier and just make sure that this is at the top so that it's extruding and then smoothing that out. Now if I come into edit mode, look from the front, and I'm actually just going to delete the bottom point right here. You can see that it does actually have a little bit of a thickness to it, but let's make it even thicker like that. I'll select the entire bottom loop, SZ0, and that's just gonna flatten it out on the Z axis. We can bring this down to even thicker like that. I'll select the entire bottom loop, SZ0, and that's just gonna flatten it out on the Z axis. We can bring this down to about here and scale it out. If you want this to be more circular, you can use the Loop Tools add-on for that again. To get this collar, what we can do is select the top point, press Control plus, and that's just going to expand the selection. You can press 3 to go into face select mode, and I'm just going to inset this with I. I don't want this to be individual, so I'll press I.
Okay.
I again. I'll right click, go to Loop Tools, and circle. Extrude that up, and I'm actually going to press X and delete the faces, and that's just
What a fucking doofus! We can make it thicker.
Just going to make it hollow at the top also. I want to select this top loop, so go into vertex select, and we can just scale this out. Basically what I'm looking for is that so it isn't cutting into the head really. So I'm going to look from the side. We can rotate it a little like that also. Maybe scale it out a little more. I'm going to select some of these points and press GG to loop slide to make this crease a little less sharp. And I'm only
Okay.
focusing on one side because we're just going to mirror it after. I'll bring this one down too. And before doing the sleeve or deleting half and adding the mirror modifier, I'm going to work on this bottom part right here. You can see in the reference, it looks like there's kind of this almost like an elastic waistband. So to make that, let's go back to edit mode. I'll select the entire bottom loop, E to extrude, S to scale, and we'll just scale.
Okay, I knew it. E to shoot, S to scale. Um, there we go.
scale in and extrude down on the Z axis. I'll select this entire loop right here, this middle one with Alt and left click, and we can just drag that up. It will start to kind of cut through, and you just have to move things around until it matches the shape a little better. The bottommost loop, we can scale that out a little bit also. I'll select all of them and just start moving them around a little bit. It looks like we're pretty close to the reference, so let's go.
Okay, much closer than I am, so that means I gotta fix it up. That's fine, let's make it a little fat.
Go into edit mode, X-ray mode, and then delete half of this.
Huh, why did that happen? What the fuck? Hmm. It's so dumb. Oh, why the fuck is there a V-neck here? Oh, I'll see you like that for now.
And we can add in the mirror modifier. Make sure that's at the very top, and that merge is actually
Oh, wait. There we go.
on. Now we can make the sleeve over here. So for that, I'll go into face select, select these two faces, I to inset, right click.
Well, that's obvious, yeah.
and use loop tools to make a circle right here. I'll just scale that down so nothing is overlapping. Now from the front, I don't really want this to go inward like that, so I'll drag it out. And I want to scale this down to be a little bit smaller. Right here, and just going around where the arm is. I'll press E and then X to extrude it outward like this. X0, and that will flatten a little bit smaller right here, and just going around where the arm is. I'll press E and then X to extrude it outward like this. SX0, and that will flatten it on the X-axis. Control R to add some loop cuts so we can get the shape of the sleeve a little better.
Oh, that's what I'm doing. SX0. Oh, there we go. There we go.
And as we move it, you can see that the loop is changing shape. So if I want to match the shape of one side or the other, you can press E And to switch sides, you can press F. So it's either going to copy the exact shape of one side or the exact shape of the other right here. So I'll put it right there, Control R to add another loop right here. And I forgot I actually want to delete these faces right here so that they're open. Now I can select these loops and scale them up like this. If you want this cuff to be a little sharper, you can do the same thing as I did for the waistband and kind of make them overlap like this. This loop right here, I'll scale on the Z axis like that and drag it down a little. You can do the same thing for this one too if you want. I'm also going to select this part and drag it in a little just to make it a little more triangular. Again, make sure that the scale is applied, and if anything changes, you can adjust it to look how you want. Let's do the hands next, so we can just select this right here, tab into edit mode, look from the top. Hands with the skin modifier is actually pretty easy. Extrude on the x-axis a little bit, and then Control A to scale it down quite a bit. As you can see, I only have 3 fingers right here. If you want, you can add 4, you can add as many as you want, really. Basically, all you do is just extrude to the tip of the fingers right here, or I guess the bottom of the fingers, and then I'll select all of them right here. I'm just going to press S, X, and 0 to flatten them out on the x-axis, and then E and X, we can extrude it out. I'll bring this out a little further. And for the thumb, we can extrude from the same point right about here, and then E, Y. Press Control A to start scaling it up, and you can see at some point it will start to actually connect everything together. Now we can just select all of the fingers. So I'm using box select right here, click and drag, and holding Shift and then Control A, and you can just scale everything up until it's the thickness that you want. Another thing to pay attention to is the thumb placement. So you can see as I move it, the topology is going to change. Basically just try to avoid it kinking and overlapping and stuff like this. So that's it for the hands. We can tab back into object mode and we can do the shoes next. I'll add a subdivision surface with Control 2, tab.
Ah, boy, almost done. How long is the stream week going for? 4 hours. Great.
Into edit mode, face select. I'll grab the front face right here, look from the side, and I'll just drag it out right about here. I'll select these points and drag this out, and I'm going to add a few loops now. So let's add a loop cut right here with Control R again. Let's
Oh, God. I think it fucked up the shoes. But at this point, I think it's time for me to actually practice this and try to progress the rest of my own. Since my armor's practically finished. We'll have to add a plane. Has the same stats and everything. Not perfect, but I got it. Where's the camera? There it is. I now need to make sure there's a light here. Edit mode. I'll just have some shorts, but I'm pretty much already got the whole concept, and it's already so late, so I need to end stream now. Damn, been live for 4 hours. Hold on. It's gone. Uh, no, I think there was a keep. I forgot what it was. Under from camera. I'll just left some shorts, but quite frankly, that's pretty simple to do. I can literally just put a plane in and I'll be able to do it right away. So I think I'll call this little design project here. I'll watch the rest of the video off stream because I've been streaming for 4 hours already. The next time, we'll start character design now on my own character. I'll practice on my own for a bit. Probably on Fridays there'll be the next Blender stream. But till then, I'll practice on my own by making all my some enemy characters. Alright, if you got this far, thank you for watching. Please like, comment, subscribe, and all that jazz. Goodbye now.